Hello, guys. I don't know how long I'll be playing today, but I at least want to do a few games with Guan. Get a feel for him. But apparently, there is no aspect, which is the part I was looking forward to the most on him. So that kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a mood killer. Because I don't really care much for the attack speed oriented Guan, because I don't think it's going to be good in solo. Or well, it probably will be, but it feels way more like a jungle thing. Like a full damage, potentially attack speed Guan Yu is not gonna work out very well in solo if you meet the usual top bullshit. Like Odin, Cabrakan, or Mordred or some shit like that. Not gonna work out very well for him. Oh. Does the game even work? My rank button is gone now. And I am not allowed to swap. Okay. Maybe a rank isn't even up yet, but I was still allowed to queue. I mean, now what? Can I go into practice to stop this? See if I can actually just play the game after.
Select your god.
I don't think I've ever actually pressed it like this. Yeah. I'm just gonna let it load in real fast. But I don't believe there is... Wait, aspect on? Wait, what? Wait, it is in? I just couldn't see it on his. Okay, well, if it is in the game, that's great. Because I would actually prefer to play that. But I could not see it on this screen. Yeah, it just says coming soon. Weird. I suppose we'll see if I can toggle it on when I pick him. Let's try this again. Hopefully the queue doesn't bug this time.
Hey.
Damn, look at this. Wait, why am I down here? What the hell? Actually, why am I down here? I just checked the leaderboards again. I'm literally the second on the leaderboard. No, that can't be right. No, some people are missing from the leaderboards. The fuck? Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. I do think it's cool they added the levels of your gods, but it was also very aggressive, I guess. It's hard to miss. It doesn't feel secondary. Could maybe tone it down a little bit. Or make it slightly smaller. was weird. It delayed my inputs. This feels very final. Maybe I'm gonna wait going into this until I'm out of a game. But I'm playing support,
Select
man.
your god.
I'm playing support. I wonder if the system is confused, since it just kind of rebooted with this patch. There wasn't a soft reset from what I remember in the patch, so. But I do not see April on the list at the moment, and I also do not see Clino anywhere, so. I do believe April is higher than me, though. Hello, Nate. I mean, I feel like we're stacked, right? We should win this. But who knows? Do we know if Guan is good or not, Nate? Like, people expected him to be, and I imagine he will be in jungle. But I don't know how he is in solo. Do I just do Sunder? Guess.
Yes, in all my years, I've seen nothing like you.
Right. What do supports build? Nate, you must know this. Surely you know this. It all changed. Isn't it just the same anyway? Thebes? Okay, I'll believe you. What the fuck is it? I'll grab this. Guess I do this? Something like that? That works. I'm sure that's good. Is any god a Kin's god, though? Isn't Kin still ass? I should probably have read through the patch notes again real fast just to see what actually changed. I know some of the actives got changed, but I forgot to look through it all.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, you should. My bad, guys. My bad. My bad. Don't worry. I'm playing support. You didn't miss anything. Don't you worry. I'm waiting for level 3. That sucks, man. Of course, bots is here.
Enemy missing middle. That's just bad.
Guess I just should have started with jump.
The universe mourns our loss.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain. Good game. Good game.
Medusa's being weird. How does he always fucking hit me in the bush, man?
You have been slain.
He actually just dashed into the tower.
Double kill. Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack.
Every mortal living or dead must fear me.
That's too bad.
What do you mean? How can he blame that on me? He dashed into the tower they shelled, and that's why we ended up dying.
I'm the greatest!
I could have ulted really early, but I wasn't on top of them, and I just got interrupted by Afro.
Defend middle lane.
The universe mourns our loss. Enemies in middle lane.
Retreat lane. Enough of your words. Nothing will stop me.
I'm the
The
greatest!
universe mourns our loss.
Who even is this guy? Why does he have such an ego?
Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Be still.
Get him remove that real fast. If I'm allowed to. Yeah, I went Thieves because Nate said it, but well, I don't want to play support this patch or the last, so. Gonna go left, see if I can help get purple.
Sorry.
universe mourns our loss.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down. Feel cosmic breeze.
Enemy spotted. On my way.
Gank.
Rampage.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just let April take this one. I'm a shit support. I'll just get me here in this one either way.
Sorry.
What next, Nate? Probably like maybe boar for safety. I think I'll do an early boar here either way, actually, just because they have butts. Butts and Chuck. I need something else.
You rock. You rock. An ally has been slain.
Nah, I don't. Yeah, it's been like months, I think, since I actually played support. Outside of like a casual game or two.
Unstoppable. Okay.
Enemy missing middle.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. An enemy has been slain.
Support Chuck.
Okay. Down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Beautiful forever.
Killing spree.
No problem. In all
You
my
rock.
years, I've seen nothing like you.
Feel the cosmic breeze.
I'm the greatest. Awesome. Monkey.
I'll just back here actually. Fuck it. Don't need to leech at the moment. I'm sorry I'm not reading chat too much at the moment, guys. I'm just focused on this weird roll, making sure I'm not screwing things up. a lot of effort on me at least.
Double kill. Immortal.
Do you still go Stampede? Like, what other active should you get in it? I assume the active choices probably hasn't changed this patch. You said Nemean, right? I can do Nemean.
Sorry.
Nemean makes sense into their comp as well. Yeah, I mean, I think right now with Kins being as bad as it is, starting with it feels like it's a terrible choice, especially in the 1v1s against other ADCs. So I don't think they would do that. But also, I don't believe it, like, it wasn't changed, right? Like, they didn't do anything to Kins.
Your left tower is under attack.
I guess I'll go defend left. I'm not sure why Keranos is in right, but...
Have fun.
Enemy missing left.
Shut down. That's too bad.
Enemy spotted.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. That's too bad.
Yeah, the patch is live.
Curse.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming at the moment. I'm kind of just here to play some Guan Yu, but we'll see if I even get the chance.
Destroy the left enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Don't think I'm gonna make it in time.
An ally has been slain. Sorry.
Ward here.
Gank left lane. Attack.
Oops. And you cannot cancel it.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Attack the Gold Fury. Have fun. middle tower is under attack. Have fun.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
No problem.
No problem. You rock!
In all my years, I've
Hey.
seen nothing like you.
Your right tower is
On
under
my
attack.
way.
Killing spree.
Enemy missing.
Have fun.
Every time I look away, Colonel just dies in the back somewhere. Don't really fault him, it's just unfortunate timing, I suppose.
Has been slain.
Nothing can cost me.
The pyro gang has arrived.
Enemies behind us.
I will attack the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Double hit. Shut down. World ends.
Attack fire giant. On my way.
I'll grab a Prit win, I suppose. I can always sell it if I need to, but... Actually, that's a terrible item to pick up. I don't have any fucking protection. I goofed up. Should probably just gone Magi or something
Your
instead.
team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Attack.
Your team has destroyed the fire. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. An enemy has been slain.
Can't fucking jump over this wall. It's... oh my god. This jump is huge.
Killing spree. I will not let you fall.
Thanks. In all my
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. An enemy has been slain. I will not let you fall. Your team has destroyed an enemy phoenix.
Hey, what's up, Victor? Good to see you, man.
An enemy double kill. I shall rise. Killing spree.
the end.
Deicide. You rock.
In all
definitely saw us. We're too fat.
No.
An enemy has been slain.
From me. Until we meet among the stars.
Slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Double kill. Rampage. Unstoppable.
Until we meet among the stars.
We just have two soul laners doing their thing here.
Your team has destroyed the
Bye.
Until we meet among the stars. Victory.
Tanks don't seem fun. We were just really fat. One more game. What the fuck is this button? Okay. We were really far ahead. I can't tell the goal difference here, but like, you can just tell the goal per minute. Like, on everyone on our team compared to theirs. We were very far ahead. And Medusa is generally not great at the moment. She's not a good tank killer for the most part. And I don't know if he went for a build like, yeah, I mean he had the usual build, but no pen yet. He delayed his pen. So that just makes it worse, right? And that is also not actually, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, one more game is such a CEO type change. I agree. It's it's like the thumbs up thing, you know. Did you have fun? Usually not. Yeah, it was me clearing the pre-roll. Like we was just super stacked for no reason, I think. And we still got a pretty decent amount of SR here, I will say. I don't know who we were against who had a bunch of SR. Like, I know one person on their team. Like, legitimately, I've never seen the others before. I've seen this guy a few times, I guess, but like 3 of them I've never seen. Oh, we're all reset? Oh, shit. Is that actually... Did we get a soft reset? We did! Ah, okay, that explains why I wasn't at the top anymore. I see. Brain lag moment. I just didn't know, actually. I didn't know we had to reset this patch. But that... Oh, fuck. I mean, that means I need to grind again. Shit. Also explains why I see people tryharding extra hard. April and Clino going full ham. Duo queuing and shit. People gotta get back up there. Right, that's the endless thing. I gotta go back. Yeah, I did it up top 3, but still. I would have liked to keep going so I can get my actually be first banning and stuff. Because now I'm gonna be back to not first banning anymore. But from what I can tell, we're gonna be against the April again and Clino. I think they're duo queuing. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Excuse me, I'm gonna pause while I pick. Man, I'm not even gonna get Guan Yu once today, am I? People are very fast gonna learn that he's very, very good. I think Guan Yu is definitely broken. Mainly his ultimate. I think his ultimate combined with the attack speed is such a weird change, because that's just gonna one-shot carries. Hades is open, but I don't think I want to do Hades into April and Clino, if I have to be honest with you. We'll see though what they pick. Because I'll just get camped, so I'm gonna need to play something that can handle getting camped. Which would have to be something like Mordred or like Chuck or something like that. Like Hades obviously has the chance to just shit on anything, but he's also really bad at getting camped. If you have a jungle that constantly ganks, like the second your ult is down, I mean, now I'm definitely not doing it.
Select your god.
Definitely not playing Hades into a Wheelix. Hell no. But if I am tryharding, Mordred is probably the best thing I can do for myself. Like, Mordred is kind of my best pick. Gonna have to get more bans. They just need to actually nerf stuff. Like, nerf some stuff that is just too OP. And I think they're just trying to control items first, so that they can control gods a bit more precisely. Like, once stats are in place, you can start looking at gods. You can do a bit more specific nerfs and buffs when all the stats are in place. I think it's been hard so far, because all the stats have been all over the place. Every time they shifted big stats, it just went to like a full-on mage meta and a full-on tank meta, instead of them just simply adjusting the stats and nerfing them, buffing the right things. Like, it's been weird. Balancing in Smite 2 has been very strange lately. It's been too much. Like, every change they decided to go with just changed the meta so drastically that it was hard to adjust to it. And it makes it even harder for them to try and balance it. Ow, what the fuck did I just hit? Oh, that's gonna be a Bari solo, actually. I guess. Might be annoying if April is gonna camp. Dude, what the fuck? That should land right in front of me. Yeah, it's Bari solo. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I hate playing into April usually, because he's one of those who really understands camping, and he does it really well. Like, this will not be an easy game for me. They will just camp the shit out of me. Even more so because he is also duoing with Clino. We'll see though. We do have Yokai jungle as well. Kai is good. Speaking of rank though, guys, do you guys also think they should just have a cap? Because I think endless SR is kind of stupid. There should just be a cap like in Smite 1. I think it's weird that you can just keep going and get more and more SR. Especially when the player base is low, because then you have only a few people that's going to be super high. And that just kind of fucks with the matchmaking. It feels like, at least. It might not, but it does feel like it. But it should just be a cap. There's no point in unlimited SR. At a certain point, you just fuck yourself by being too high SR. Yeah, exactly. Even more so with lower player base, because it's just way more varied in skill levels. I definitely do think it's weird. Excuse me? Did I miss a creep? What the fuck? Because I fucking didn't. Smite. Okay, I guess that start isn't worth it anymore. Like, I don't even get it anymore, man. The adjusted XP values. Dude, what's the point, man? What's the point? We have to do all these fucking stupid stars just to try and hit level 2, and we don't hit level 2 anymore. Why? He just has the wave flare early. I just can't really fight back on this part, so... Need to wait for level 3 at least and see if I can just... fight him.
An enemy has been slain. Be careful left. Be careful middle.
Mourns the loss.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
He actually caught my one.
Attack. An enemy has been slain.
Well done indeed.
Be careful middle.
Enemy missing.
Gank left lane.
Take left lane.
Enemy spotted.
Yes.
Yeah, being level 20 with 4 items is... definitely weird. Dude, he keeps... Is it just instant? Of course April is here too. That's so stupid of me too. I know he's gonna be on this side when my blue spawns. Absolutely stupid of me.
Hated.
Enemy ultimate.
I know he does that. I'm just too distracted.
Attack.
It's just classic streamer moment. Focusing on something else.
Gank middle lane.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy missing.
Enemies in right lane.
Man. It's so nasty. I hate when people duo queue and do this stuff, because it's so hard to deal with. There's just not really any counterplay, because you just have two people essentially, like, on your level or better, who's just gonna camp. It's Jover. I need to sit. He got both kills too. I need to just really just farm and sit back now. I can't even deal with Bari by herself. At least I was right. I don't like being right in this case. Kind of a shitty moment for me to be right. Oh great, we're gonna stutter as well now.
An enemy has been
Very
slain.
commendable. Attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Let's try to farm anywhere I
Very
can.
commendable.
At least people are winning on the other lanes, so that's good. I don't mind if the jungler is gonna spend most of their time over here with me then. If I can just sit back and let my team win on the other side.
Attack right lane.
Enemy spotted.
Bit of an ambush here.
I'll attack middle lane. Do not worry.
Set up an ambush here. slain. On my way. On my way.
Attack!
On my
On
way.
my way.
Ultimate is down.
Killing spree.
See if red is up. I highly doubt it, but I honestly hate that you can't see timers as well anymore. I know they're trying to stop invading us much, but I feel it's just boring.
Gank.
Screw you, Nate.
Tower is under attack. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Nasty as support invading my blue buff. Like, what is this?
Enemy spotted. Completed.
To your soul.
Retreat. Your middle tower is under attack. Help right lane. Curses. Your right tower is under attack.
Did they nerf Pridwin again?
I'll attack.
I still forgot to look at the patch notes.
Okay.
But doesn't Pridwin have lower cooldown now?
Die.
An enemy has been slain.
Very commendable.
Attack. Be careful left. Be careful left. Attack
Enemy
right lane.
spotted.
Attack right lane. Slain an enemy.
To your soul.
Retreat.
Enemy missing left. Attack!
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Be careful middle. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Shut down. Killing spree. Shut down.
That sucks. I missed too much shit.
Displeased.
Fuck, they do have Zeus. Might just need something. Maybe I just don't know about Pridwin, man. I'm gonna do it. It's still good, and I kinda need the cooldown.
Lightning bolt.
Does it looks?
Your right tower
Ah, I'm
is
losing
under
blue
attack.
again. Shit.
Be careful, right?
That's great.
Ultimate is ready. Your right tower
I need
is under
your aid.
attack. Oops. Sorry.
Enemy missing right.
An enemy has been slain. Be careful. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful. Okay.
Don't want him to just get gold for free.
Ward the Gold Fury.
Gonna try Guan yet? No. I saw Klino play it last game, but I have not gotten it myself. He does seem broken though. He was banned this game as well. His ultimate is just not okay, man, with the attack speed change to it. Now that it scales with attack speed and you can attack faster on the wars, it's absolutely insane. You're just one-shotting carries for no reason.
Set up an ambush
On
here.
my way.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Completed.
Enemy missing. That's
Enemy
defense.
missing middle.
Be
The
careful.
enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Be careful left.
Just... yeah. Damn, how did they lose so hard in left then? I thought the Willis was gonna be there.
An enemy has been slain.
Actually, I'm saying so hard. I think there was only 1-for-1 now, so
Your
never
right
mind.
tower
It's just
is
me and
under
Thor
attack.
dying.
Your right
Yeah, why did she still get death immune when outside of her ult? Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Didn't even think that was a thing. It might have just been Aegis, I'm not too sure. Bit too chaotic in the moment.
Your right tower is under attack.
May they be cursed. Ultimate is down.
Be careful left.
Enemies have returned to base.
Willix just so fed. Like, normally I would feel tanky at this point, but with Willix having 3 items already as well, I am not tanky to her. In a 1v1, maybe. But that's probably not gonna happen.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing right.
Cancel that.
Okay.
Enemy ultimate down.
Careful right.
Enemy in right lane.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Gank middle
Ultimate
lane.
is ready.
Take care of.
Attack middle lane.
Okay. On my way.
Next time, it will go better.
That's unfortunate.
Universe is
On my way.
displeased.
An ally has been slain. Attack.
Okay.
The universe knows our loss.
Okay.
It's fucking boar item, man. I'm so tired of it. It's actually just worse than Combat Blink in a way. It's not, but it's just giving gods that should never have a way out, a way out. I hate it. At least Combat Blink was skilled. You could actually use it for cool stuff too. Boar is just purely to disengage, and it's a much lower cooldown.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has
Most unequivocally.
Follow me.
your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Ultimate down.
Enemy forces incoming.
Has been slain.
It's up again? Dude, there's
Okay.
absolutely just no fucking way that this item is real.
An enemy has been slain. Retreat.
Spore item can suck my ass. Why would you even play a frontline right now? Why just not play a backline and do a lot of damage and then bore out when you get low?
Your
It's
left tower.
stupid, man. What are we doing, Iris?
Defend the Gold Fury. Defend the Gold Fury.
Be careful.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An enemy has been slain.
This fucking bore item. Fuck me, man. It's literally just always up. They just had to nerf the cooldown. Now I see fucking Anubis and Zeus running around with this shit. Realistically, I could just build it myself, right? Just chase them when they use it, but still. He does like Neath, yeah, Scratches, yeah. It's fine though. I mean, some people only like one god, but that's all completely fine. The worst one is Hades. There's like two, like Hades only players.
Astounding.
That's too bad.
And he's just way worse of a god to deal with too. He's just... At least Neath is skilled in ways, you know?
Defend.
Yes. Ward the fire giant.
Maybe.
On my
Be
way.
careful.
Enemy spotted.
Move up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Attack.
Be careful.
An ally has been slain.
Should have gone back in, I guess.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
To the light of the stars.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Among the stars.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Brilliance.
Enemies have returned to base.
That's too bad.
I am pretty scary in terms of steal potential with a bomb as well as Sunder. And they just don't have Sunder at all, so if I'm up, I'm actually a threat.
Has arrived.
Die.
Group up.
Ward the fire giant.
Group up. Attack fire giant.
Enemy missing right.
The enemy team
On my
has
way.
destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower is under attack.
Man,
Ally has been slain.
why can't we just not die? Eh?
End you.
That's too bad.
Save yourself.
Brilliance.
Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Ultimate down. I'm astounded. A little faith, please.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Can't fucking dash inside these fucking stupid walls because of the door being an interactable thing, so I can't dash, dude. Hi-Res! How is this still a problem? Stop making the dash an interactable thing. Just make it a different button, or let me put it on a different button. The fact that I can't dash like in these gates as well as on teleporters is the worst fucking thing. It's legit game changing at times.
Attack fire giant. Attack fire giant.
Yes.
shell.
Sorry.
How
Your right tower is under attack.
Would have been risky even if he went in, but actually looked kind of good with Ymir being low. Could maybe at least gotten the Ymir. Just with the two of our ults, free. And just keep going. But oh well. Like Neath is, I guess back to the conversation you guys had a long time ago. I'm guessing now, but I do think Neath is skill based compared to a lot of other gods. Like for sure, like, she can definitely. She's not hard to play, but she's hard to master. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Anyone can play Neath, but to consistently hit her abilities and position yourself well with her, like, isn't necessarily the easiest thing. It's very easy to fuck up on Neath, especially into good players. I'm mainly talking about high level. I'm not talking about, you know, casuals and stuff. But there's a reason why you don't see Neath being played much in competitive unless her ultimate is really good. Because that's literally the only reason why people would play her. It's the impact of the ultimate in competitive play, because she is very easy to focus down and kill. She's incredibly easy. I'll take a Neath any day when I play a frontline. Almost over any other ADC. Because she's really just that easy to deal with. You jerk her one, and she's no longer a threat as a frontline. So that being said, you can just go boar right now. But that feels a lot worse to go on ADCs than mages. On ADCs you actually need the items. On mages, because intelligence is just as dominant as it is, you can definitely still go a bunch of intelligence and go boar and still just chunk out a bunch of damage.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Don't know why he took that over me, to be honest.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
It's kind of a weird push.
Attack the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
I feel like our vision is ass, so I'm just gonna sell this chalice now. Because it really does feel like we aren't warding in particularly good spots.
Enemies in the gold fury. Group up.
Enemy spotted.
Enemies in left attack.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold killing spree.
Good job! That sucks, man.
Shut down.
That sucks. We got some solo too. Or I got some of them really low. Dude, if I had Mad Love Discord there, that would have been huge. Do you remember the guy that was in your stream a lot last year when you played my one? Depends. Yeah, Neo. I assume you would mean.
I shall
It's the only
take
one
you to
I
the
can
fire
think of.
giant.
Nayuno or something like that was his full name. I just always called him Neo.
Banish the shadows. Corruption runs deep. Allow me to purge it and purify
Was
your
his
soul.
full IGN? It was Nayuno. It was like Ney Ouo or something like that. Nayuno. It was some. He had a weird name. That's also why I could never say it fully.
Be careful.
Okay.
That's too bad.
He's still in chat sometimes, just to say hi, but for the most part he isn't really around anymore, because, I don't know, he just doesn't really play Smite. I'm pretty sure he doesn't play anymore, because the game has been in a weird spot. I never really think he liked Smite 2 very much, so he kind of stopped.
Okay.
The universe mourns our loss.
Unexpected.
Enemy missing. Group up. Retreat. Ultimate is ready. Enemy ultimate down. Retreat.
Attack! Attack!
Unfortunate. He pretty much just joined himself.
Ward the fire
He had a,
giant.
he had 1,000 damage of Nemi on himself. It's what I was gambling on. It's just unfortunate that Awilix was there too.
Group up. Group up.
On my way.
Be careful.
Enemy behind the star. Flutter like a
Wonder what happened. He still like jumps into the chat sometimes. He's just doing something else, playing different games. I think the last time we spoke, he was playing like some Marvel Rivals, like stuff like that. He just never really felt as connected to Smite 2. Ooh, good knee damage.
May they be cursed.
Your left tower is under attack.
Avelix ult down.
Attack.
May they be cursed.
On my way.
That's too bad.
Be careful.
We need Okay. wards. Yes.
Oh, of course, they have a sentry there.
Ultimate is down. Group up.
My blessing for you. Torment your soul.
Enemies in right lane.
Gank right lane.
It's bait. Be careful, guys.
spotted.
No problem.
Defend the fire giants.
Dude, what is that healing even? Like, I don't get it. How is Ymir healing that much? What? Was that just Borealt? What the fuck? Oh well. Just weird. This was just a really weird game. It was like we never knew what to do with, like when we had a lead. When I feel like we could have just gone on them, but oh well. We also had pretty bad just initiation comp if we don't have Thorol going in. Or my ult, but I think my ult is such a 50-50 on initiation in general. Don't really recommend ever Mordred ulting as the first thing. Rough game. Yeah, this was a weird game. It was kind of really unenjoyable. I don't know how to explain it. That was just not a very fun game. I mean, and as usual, just April just kind of running the game as well. Nothing new there, though. It's probably going to be some weird games either way now that it's been a soft reset. Because some people who were maybe only 4K or slightly above 4K are now going to be in these games, I would imagine. While you had some people on 5 and 6K who were usually the ones that I would end up in a game with. It was not like it was bad though. Like, I don't think there was anyone in the last game that was just not supposed to be there. Like, it felt somewhat, you know, as much as you could expect, even in skill levels. Nate, you have to give him to me. Yes, you have to. You have to. Now, I have not played this god yet, so how the fuck does one do the Guan right now? Because he's also very different. He's like Kali different. He's so attack speed oriented now. Oh, dude, it's gonna be Klino on Odin, man. I have to go Shell? What a nightmare. And I'm gonna be walled off by Thor as well, dude. If the last game was unenjoyable, imagine this one. It's gonna be crazy. So far they have 3 stuns.
Select your god.
On the bright side of things, at least they have Danza. Right, so let's see. No aspect. Man, the aspect still exists in practice mode. Why doesn't it exist in the actual game? I want to play with the aspect. I wasn't looking forward to normal Guan that much. I was really looking forward to the aspect. Now it's just the sadness of... Just, I don't know, just sad. What, dude? They're really stacked as well. With Gunter too? Yikes. I had a build in mind that I wanted to try with us. Let me see if I can make it work. Probably just gonna have to start pretty safe though. How the fuck am I first pick? I mean, you've been playing more than me probably so far, right? It's we have a soft reset, so I imagine that's why. We're all at fucking 4K now. Hello, Nectura. It's only one game. Maybe you got a lot for that one win. I don't know. I mean, I won one before and then I lost, so I'm just back at 0, I think. Maybe that's why.
Minions have spawned.
And also, do I start with my 3 or my 2? I guess I start with 3, because it doesn't matter if I make it to the lane anyway. That start is still just stupid. Doesn't make sense. A screaming voice lesson? That sounds like it's gonna hurt the next day. Fucking pressing my interact button thinking I'm Modred.
Gamehunter, you're relic, bro.
What? Oh no.
He forgot.
I did forget my relic.
Maybe he's Akron.
Whoops. That's fine, I probably don't need it. Yeah, they have a stacked team. And then Klino picks Odin too. Dude, I just want to try Guan, alright? But hey, at least he's putting me in the worst possible matchup, so... This creep's being pushed so far! I'm just gonna have to sit back. This is not a good matchup for Guan. It doesn't matter how broken he is, this matchup will never be good for him early on. Damn, look at them go. Dude, they're going way too far. Still got the AoE auto. Merlin is terrible.
Retreat! Enemy
Merlin is actually one of the worst mages in the game.
cancel that.
Unfortunately.
First blood.
No. Also true. I am terrible.
Your left tower is under attack.
I am just giving everything up right now.
Enemy missing right. Your left tower.
I mean, XP-wise, we're still about the same. Somehow. Even after he's gotten backhamps and everything else. So... I don't know. XP is weird now. I don't get it. I wouldn't be surprised if April's on his way. Blue is spawning soon.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not dying to that shit again.
Attack. Your middle tower is under attack. careful, enemy missing middle.
Aspect Fenrir.
Bro, come on. Nicholas. Hit him. Or them. Let's so back Serb shell and then the beats. So Serb. Why am I saying so back?
You can do it, man. I believe in you. Brain be processing.
Enemies have returned to base.
Don't forget the relic.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. That will do well.
Fan, this dancer doesn't have beats, by the way. If you have stun, you jump on him. And
Yeah,
ult him,
Hyra's not sure
okay?
what to do with Pen. That is correct. Yeah, two Hyra's why? What is this? That doesn't move, but the minions do, and so you just split them up, and they just move so fast. They gotta turn it down a little bit, because they just fucking slide away
Don't
from you.
leave me to die, bro. Like, please.
Ally has been slain. I will not let you fall. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane.
Enemy missing middle. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle.
Got ult.
Enemy missing right. Your right tower is under attack. Attack.
Maybe I'll do my ult in this case, actually. Ult is kind of the big thing on Guan now.
I will not let you fall. Be careful left. Your middle tower is under attack. Bye.
Guan definitely has a very good clear now compared to Smite 1, where creeps just wouldn't die to his stuff that easily.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right, what was my idea? I already forgot. Right. Let's try this. I wanted something with just a bunch of attack speed on an item. This is one of the better ones.
On my way. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wrath or Odin ults. Fucking Ra was here too, man, and that literally was the difference maker in me dying too. I played that so well.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude fucking everything, and then Ra's still there. That's so tilting. Like, tanks are good, but tanks aren't broken anymore. Now it's more like an individual problem. Because after crit got buffed, they're definitely good enough to take on, like, ADC is definitely good enough to take on tanks now.
You can.
The pirate has arrived. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
So next time, don't go for the wave, go for the buff.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks. Enemy coming close to the base.
It's full damage.
They're on gold, I think.
I'm going to kill this Odin.
Your left tower.
And even if they are on gold, like, we can't do anything about that. To be honest.
Just get tier 1 here. Oh,
My-
I can just get it for free.
So I'm like basically getting my asshole fucked.
Thank you,
And
bro.
some help. Ra no ult, Serp no ult.
No, Fen.
An enemy has been slain.
I wish Fen would just be here more, because like, they always comes whenever I'm dead, and not when I'm
That's
alive.
me, Finn.
I will not let you fall. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, sorry guys, these are just not my lobbies, man. I'm not as good as you all.
It's okay.
I don't know, man. You're doing pretty well so far.
Your left tower is under attack.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
The Thor is in right. Careful. He's probably ulting you now.
He's tried a few times now. I don't think they can kill me.
Ward here. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
No beats.
Your right tower.
The ult is so stupid.
3 in mid.
Your right tower has been
I
destroyed.
need to think about what I want to do next. Crashing out.
Be careful.
Alright, goodbye. Nectura, have fun.
Enemy missing right. Your middle tower.
Rano beats Fen.
Okay.
If you can catch him.
Owen's missing,
Bottom
come
lane.
on guys.
Maybe looking for gold.
If they do gold, surely we kill them all, right? We can just
I'm
kill
on
them.
board.
I think
right?
so, yeah.
Ketra.
Your middle tower.
Odin is behind us.
Be careful left.
Ra. I'm tanking.
Got full behind.
Can't do much more.
Good
to be
seconds up.
honest.
Get it.
I'm just building.
Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree.
We just need to group, I think, like,
He's on HP. No ult. Minions? No.
Double kill. Shut down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I didn't think you guys were in trouble in the back, so I just went for the Cerberus with Fen.
yeah, it's fine. It was kind of rough because the Odin is kind of killing me.
I mean, if I tank the one last shot from the tower, I think I can kill you more.
Right, what was my next idea? I think I wanted to do more tanky stuff. I'm gonna try Berserkers here, but I generally think what Klino did when he played Guan is the better version of, like, just the better build. Like, almost a full damage in, like, int Guan. And then you have Nibble Ring for the attack speed, I think is the best option. Right now I'm doing a bit of a tanky version, see if it works. Or see how it works. I had this build in mind, I wanted to at least try it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, this is so fat now. Actually has 3 levels on me. So I'll just take my backhands.
Can we defend that?
I mean, they pulled Gold Fury just as I backed. It's kind of unfortunate.
Still 4k.
That's ult, that's ult.
I'm away. I'm behind Odin. Or in front of him.
We can turn on Odin maybe. Behind us. Care for Odin behind.
I don't have
Kill the cage.
No. I think it's just kind of over. I'm not really sure what even was. Unfortunately, Fenrir just jumped in and pulled someone, and we weren't like ready to
mean-
follow up. I guess I'm not really sure.
We are trying. That's what matters.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Odin is level 19 too.
The
Yeah.
enemy team has destroyed
Yeah,
the
it's kind of rough to play fights when they're both level 19. They just one-shot us. I think we have to avoid fighting.
Yeah, we shouldn't try and fight at all. We just need to farm. We just need to
Yeah.
capitalize on their mistakes. Like it's tough to say because I don't think this build is bad, but right now we're dealing with like fat people, and I'm into Clino as well as April, making it kind of tough to you know, use it as like a good example.
I mean, they are kind of tryharding though. They went to do fire instead of gold. That's a bit.
enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
Yeah, they're doing gold.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's see. What could I build in terms of like a high damaging item? Maybe just go Titans for some pen for the tanks. It's not gonna be that good by itself though.
I have shell.
Your left tower is under attack. I will not let you fall. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Thor coming.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Thor beats. And that's outrage. That sucks.
Killing spree. Your Titan is under attack. Your middle
Oh well. Could have shelled, but not that would make any difference. Don't really think there was much we could have done this game.
Defeat.
I would have liked a more even game though to try this build, but I mean once you fall behind, this build is just gonna be bad. Just reset diff? Yeah, I mean it's what it is. I'll try full. If I get one again, I'll try the full damage one instead. I'll say though, once again, I still don't think this is bad. But I do think the other one is better, so there is that. Overall though, I just think Guan is gonna be a better jungler. I don't know why. It's just the vibe I'm getting. Who? Oh, dude, oh my god. We're gonna be in... Who am I gonna be against here, dude? Don't fucking tell me I'm gonna be against April and Clino again. People are banning a Wheelix here. I legitimately might skip a queue if I'm against them again. Because this can't happen. Dude, I'm never gonna win if I'm against them. It ain't happening. Not by myself. You're not? Okay, thank God. What ADC could I potentially carry with though? Like my best is obviously on her, but is there something else? I just need a Apollo in the game, man. I need Apollo. Split Q. I'm kind of happy about that. I feel like I've been against them enough today. Guan Yu Odin. Thank God I'm ADC, huh? That's gonna be so much fun. I have to go on her. There is just no other choice. I'll just do that, I guess. Guan Yu is generally pretty good into on her though, but I need a jump. What is their team comp? What is that? I play ADC one game and I meet this? What have I done? God, why are you shitting in my breakfast? Oh, I should have tried to trade for solo. He gave it away. That's crazy. Oh, well. Actually, I think it's kind of nice with a change of pace. I don't mind doing an on-her game. I'm just sad looking at what I'm against. What the fuck? Dude, who is mid? Who is ADC? Is it gonna be Guan Yu mid? Because I'm thinking it's gonna be Guan Yu mid. It's gonna be full intelligence Guan Yu mid. Can already see it. Which, unironically, might not be that bad. It's kind of the same vein as the Kali and the... Well, maybe not the Aladdins, but in like the melee assassin type gods. I don't even know. For all I know, this could also just be... I'm pretty sure it's going to be Gabu on the ADC here, but... Could even be Jungle Danza. Something else weird in duo. I don't know.
Warriors, to battle!
Well, I hope that the Aladdin is good at least. Now that he was top pick and he also got Aladdin.
Cancel that! Cancel that! Cancel that!
I feel like I have to go Warrior Sex. And I will probably just start with this. I do believe turfing is the best option on someone like on her. I guess. Did you queue again, Nate? Are you in a different game as well? I might do the thing where I just don't play as much the first few days, and then I just join in when all the like the big duo queues and stuff, like April and Clino. I'm sure there's gonna be others who will mainly duo queue to try and get more SR fast. which is fine. But I might wait for that stuff to be over, because if I meet that stuff, it feels like nearly impossible to win, especially if it's like a jungle solo duo queue.
Minions have spawned. No problem.
Bit slow on that. I think we lost one more creep than they did.
Follow me.
Got the big ones. That was nice.
On my way.
You have slain an enemy. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. The party hangover.
It's a good flop from Bacchus. I'm glad Odin initiated by jumping in, because that makes it easier for me to just jump out. If you run up behind me and he uses his 3, whoops, I had no way of getting out. He just follows my jump. So that was lucky. Granted, Athena could probably also just dash taunted or something like that, which she also
Your
did not
right
do.
tower is under attack. Getting into some of this smite diesel.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemies in middle lane.
It's unfortunate. I was really hoping for that stun. Should have been a kill either way. But whatever.
An enemy has been slain.
left.
Enemies in middle lane.
I want to see if I can just stick around until I can just TP back.
On my way.
Might as well just
On
keep
my
farming.
way. That wasn't my intention.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Okay.
Beware the shifting sands. Killing spree. One hell of a party hangover. Killing spree.
I'll stick around actually. They just kill the jungler. And I'm not really too afraid of a single Athena if she comes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill.
Right back.
Enemy ultimate down.
I mean, I guess I just start on crit already. Yeah, it is Guan mid, and he's somehow the only one who hasn't died as well.
Spree.
Be careful, middle.
Attack. Enemies spotted.
On my way.
Enemy missing left. Rampage. Beware the shifting sands.
Take left lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Parker should have just chased, but whatever. Not that it matters.
Tactical fury.
Your team has destroyed a
On
left
my
enemy
way.
tower. Beware the shifting sands. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An enemy has been slain.
Be right back.
Who is the greatest soldier? Who is the greatest soldier? Aladdin! Gank middle lane. Gank middle lane.
He likes the VGS system, this guy.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing left. Your right tower is under attack. The Pyromets have arrived. Let's put a shot.
See how much I can poke this tower.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Beware the shifting sand.
Yeah, it was pretty dominant.
Until we meet among the
Goodbye.
stars. Victory.
You're welcome.
How much that? Just the usual. It's still weird that you get the same in Diamond or Obsidian as you do in like Masters and Deity and all that. I feel like you should probably get a bit more. Or less, for that matter. At least the Qs are instant. Like, I don't even need a Q game today. At least I'm first. Hey, actually, this is kind of a somewhat stacked lobby. On my team, at least. Not bad, not bad. Dude, no, why are you betting Guan Yu? No, man. I mean, I have to ban fucking Aladdin now as well. All the fun gods are being banned now. Why are you banning Guan Yu? You're even first pick. Don't you want it? Fuck.
Select your god.
Didn't realize, honestly. I played some SNL matches yesterday. And Kali is banned at the moment there. So my mind is it just deleted Kali. That she is not available. You cannot play it. I just forgot she existed. That shit just left my brain. Well, when I picked this Hades, I wasn't really thinking I was going to be against Sobek, which is a bit annoying. But oh well. Suppose it could be Ymir as well, but like overall, this is a fine comp for me to deal with on Hades. Rama should be the freest kill of all time.
Hades.
Sobek is the lowest elo on their team at least. Maybe I can use that. Not that it matters a whole lot at the moment. It's Gabu. Okay. I mean, I feel like we're stacked, right? Maybe we're not. I don't even know. For all I know, all the gods exist in the 4K elo mark. You know, like the Atlanta from my last game was pretty decent, but he also wasn't against like anything really good. So I don't know. It's definitely a beats game for me.
Okay.
My dude's got a macro. I might just start with Bloodbound Book, just because Sobek is gonna be a pain in my ass early. With the anti-healing, but I mean his wave clear isn't as good as mine, so there's still that. I'm just sad that Guan Yu aspect isn't in the game. Though I kind of understand why it isn't, I guess. Because it probably would have been super broken. Because he was just gonna scale only with int or something like that. It just like changes all of his abilities to fully scale with int, and that would just make him so broken with how int is at the moment. Like your 3, from what I was testing in practice mode, was doing like 200 per tick with full build. That shit is insane. That is a lot of fucking damage on a god that definitely probably doesn't need it.
Good luck.
Can actually make it to 3 creeps now, so there's that. That's kind of cool.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm gonna throw my headset real fast, guys. I need to take off my hoodie. The sun is here now. Alright. We'll see. It is a bit chilly, which is why I was sitting with my hoodie, but I usually heat up quite a bit once I start streaming, focusing on the game and stressing and sitting with a headset, which I usually don't. I'm more of a speaker person, so when I wear my headset I tend to feel the heat. I get sweaty in my face. Or not my face I guess, but on my ears.
It's nap time for me.
Completed.
You rock.
No problem. You killed it.
Help.
Follow me. Enemy missing. Here they are. Part of the
Fuel for the fire.
I shall rise again.
Okay.
Enemies in the left lane.
Did not expect an army, but whatever.
I'm so hot right now.
We did get blue at least. I believe.
Your left tower is under attack.
Completed. Sorry.
They didn't get mine yet. If only I had mana though, that could have been a nice fight. I just didn't really have mana for all my abilities.
I'm so hot right now. I'm so hot right now.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack! On my way. Is ready. I'm so hot.
Winning time.
Enemy spotted.
I'm wasting too much time just auto attacking him. I really want the solo kill, but it's a fucking Sobek. I don't know what I'm thinking. There's so low chance of that happening. When he's got multiple ways of getting out of my ult.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
Careful left. That's a bummer.
It was just after a dash too that I saw it. That's so unfortunate. There's absolutely just no way I should die to a gank like that if I have my dash. I'm just playing stupid. I need to stop playing this the way I am and just actually take it serious. Oh yeah, they changed some of the pathings too, right? Whoops. This is almost about the same though.
Hot right now.
I don't really get it. Like, why did they change some of these things? Like this as well? Weird.
On my way.
It's got a full level on me, this croc.
Your left tower is under attack.
You got no blink, I'm sorry.
Boys, why are there 4 people here? What is happening, man? Why are there 4 people here? Go gold or some shit. What is happening? You have 3 AFKs in your game? Damn. Yeah, today's special. Truly is special.
No problem, Mark. We got gold and a mid tower.
But mental's in the gutter, Dutch. It's over.
The enemy team has destroyed
Oh.
the Gold Fury.
Well, shit.
Now it's even more in the gutter.
Fucking gold was stolen too, dude. What do I need to do?
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Be careful, left. Ultimate is ready. I'm so hot right now. Be careful, middle. Ultimate is ready. Attack! Left range. Attack! Your fate is sealed.
Okay. Please.
Time to hide. Ew! Corroding. I'm so hot right now. Now looky here.
I got the kill on Sobek at least, so I'm okay with that trade. If you get a 2 for 1 and I still get a kill, I at least don't fall further behind. Yeah, this game is special too. I've been like 3 or 4 man ganked like 3 times this game. And so far, the one time my team did gold, as a result, it was stolen, so... I'm mainly joking about my mental being in the gutter, it's not. It's like a lot more than that. but it is slightly frustrating that my camping isn't really being punished. I still think we have the better late though. I'm not too worried. And I'm Hades, like what am I really supposed to be afraid of?
On my way.
Ultimate is ready. Attack, middle lane.
Nemesis beats.
I'm excited.
She's still chasing.
Excellent.
Follow me.
Enemy missing left. Save yourself. Save yourself.
Let's check blue before I go.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
At least we get a tower for it. No, I just, in terms of just mental in general, like I just generally focus on myself. Sometimes it can be tough in a game like this where I'm just getting camped and nothing, like not much is happening. But there is always the hope that if you're playing a late game god, that you will be there for late game. So as long as you're getting something and you're not just falling super far behind, I can generally keep my mental going. Like, but I will lose it. Like it's happened a few amount of times on stream. Where I'm just getting camped and literally nothing is happening on the other side of the map with my team. They're not doing anything with it, or maybe the camping is just, it's so excessive that it gets frustrating. Because, like when you get camped...
Is it worth fighting?
Yes.
She absolutely demolishes me, man.
You'll get the Agni.
How do I not heal after my ult? Like, I swear to God, man.
Well, if it's so big, then just because of the anti-healing, I guess.
Nah, I just died to Agni. Fucking one. The first tick of his one killed me before I got HP.
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know how these fights are going as bad as they are. I definitely feel like I have issues getting good ults off, but that's also just because they're so split. And I probably need to get an obsidian shard this game, I guess. Because now there's fucking no pain items in the game.
Your right tower is under attack.
This is definitely a hard Hades game, I'll tell you that. Somehow Nemesis always goes for me too, in all these fights. I forgot what I was trying to say before that fight, but you get the gist of it. I just try to stay positive in general. Like, being annoyed is annoying, you know? Like, why would I be annoyed? It's just a waste of time. I would rather just have fun. And sure, sometimes that is put to the challenge, but I don't know. I guess I'm just good at enjoying the smaller things, even inside the negatives.
Enemy spotted. Gank.
Enemies behind.
Attack. Left lane. Attack.
Gank left lane.
It's fucking a heal, what the fuck, man?
Follow me. You killed it. Completed.
Just lucky that Rama didn't dash in time. He could have easily gotten out. It is tough not having Blink as well on Hades. But I just hate the way Blink works in Smite 2. I can't use it.
Is ready.
Granted, in this game I do think Beats is just generally better. I would struggle super hard without Beats. Got fucking plate blocked.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Whoops.
Mirror ult down.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
Right lane.
Enemies middle lane.
Well, shit. I'll take these though.
On my way.
For all the times I tried to go and help, or try and get a quick
Middle
gank.
lane. On my way. Ultimate is down.
Attack fire giant. Yes!
I'm excited. There's little to my future.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
I'm excited.
We had a full rod, that's nice.
I'll attack right lane.
Attack right tower!
Ultimate is ready.
creep for 20.
Your team has destroyed a right. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Left lane.
Attack right lane.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Bye.
Why can't people just press the fucking dagger, man?
Okay. Sorry.
Just a quick little dagger press. Grab Helm of Darkness. Feel like I'm struggling extra hard in this game to try and close the distance. Probably on gold, I would imagine.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Now this is so big with dagger. That's fantastic.
On my way. Help.
Attack.
Attack.
Attack left
Ultimate
tower.
is ready.
Ward here. Retreat.
Good damage.
Enemies have returned.
Yes. Retreat. We need wards.
Completed.
Retreat.
The fire giant.
This feels like a stupid fight. And I really want to farm for this helmet.
I'm so hot right now.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
He's literally 1 HP.
Completed.
That's so bad, man. My 3 didn't go off, I was just in mid animation. And I missed my 1 auto. Well, I missed the first. Actually, I hit the first one, just not the second. That's just badly played by me, but I also don't know why we didn't just turn on him instead of chasing. He also just hit me for like 500 with a crit.
Set up an ambush here. Enemies at the fire giant.
Should I come fire? Do I do my speed?
Come fire. That might be a fight.
On my way.
On my way.
We need to go in.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has
But what are we doing?
destroyed the
Why are you
fire
fighting the
giant.
Ymir? I don't get it. Whatever. I guess we lose.
Good game.
Bye. Okay. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe we don't actually. They're going for the long, or
Your
they have a pretty
middle
long way to
tower
go.
has been
Maybe
destroyed.
Neath and Ares can get this.
Your
I don't know. I'm
middle Phoenix is under attack.
I don't even know. I'm playing so bad this game.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I guess I should have just gone for Rama. They both just have dashes. It's so hard for me to get going in anyone
Under attack.
in this game. We're not really grouping either. That's another problem. Ah, that's unfortunate. We don't have the damage. I don't believe we lost. I can't fucking believe we lost this. We threw this so fucking hard.
Defeat.
I guess camping me for them was the right choice, because we didn't do anything with Elite anywhere else. Aw, dude, we also had a physical Kali? No way, man. No way we went physical Kali as well. It's not... I mean, it's not that it's bad, it's just... It's not what makes her broken. Int Kali is just disgusting. You just go in one shot. And my god, is it suddenly really fucking hot? It's because the sun is on my fucking back. That makes sense. I'm gonna try and play better this game though, because this game was pretty bad for me too. I just had a tough time going in because we were never grouped. I felt like when I actually went in, we were always just alone. A few times I got late into a fight, we usually won those fights. But Hades initiations are just so bad, because people just always dash out or jump out. But whatever. I definitely felt the tilting in that game, because nothing was being done by me being camped, and the one time we did try, we lost gold. I was just mentally out that game. I just want to play Guan though, but people are always banning it now. I hate when people ban, like, I think a god has to be really broken for you to start banning it on the first day that it's out. Like, let people play it, man. People just aren't willing to give it away. Now I really gotta win. Gotta make up for that bad game. Though I suppose by losing, I'm less likely to get my main role. I wasn't gonna stream much longer today, so I think I'll see if I can just grab another win. I'll stop on my next win. I guess I'll just put it like that. I feel like I need a win before I end. But this patch has actually just done nothing for me in terms of enjoyment outside of adding Guan. But the main thing I was really excited for was the intelligence aspect on Guan, and that's not even the game. So this weird attack speed Guan Yu bullshit isn't really for me. Oops. It just seems so boring. Like, out of all things, why give him attack speed too? Why do we want attack speed and everything at this point? Which is kind of weird too, because all the attack speed items are kind of ass. There are not many good attack speed items in the game right now. Alright, what am I picking now that I'm mid? Maybe a Kukulkan game. Not great into Ares though. Yeah, I'll do Kukulkan. Gotta show off that Radiant Kukulkan at least sometimes. Wait, I just realized Aladdin was open. No, man! Damn. The downside of queue games means I'm just gonna be a lot more unaware of things being open. Fucking Aladdin is open. And it wasn't even touched. That's fucking rare. Oh well. I do want to pick a cool Kana as well. And I mean, actually, Aladdin into an Ares would have been really, really annoying to deal with too. So I guess it is fine.
Acknowledged.
I've slain countless enemies.
Sense of time. I guess sense of time. Yeah.
I am starving.
It'll be a double stacking in this game as well. Feels too good on Kukulkan. And there's literally no reason not to when you're getting power out of Transcendence as well.
Hi.
Acknowledged.
Minions have spawned.
They do have a pretty rough comp for me to deal with as Kukulkan. Like low-key Mordred Ares will be able to fuck me up so easily. I might need to go for some kind of defense. Actually, yeah, never mind. I'm just gonna go boar. Why even think about it? Probably just go double stacking into the boar. Why ever die where you can just turn into a fucking pig and run away?
Enemy missing middle. Be careful,
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has left the game.
I need this win. I really do. I'm so mentally out right now, so I do apologize if I'm extra quiet. I don't know. I feel just I'm mentally exhausted today. I have a hard time focusing on the game at times. My mind just wanders, and then I get distracted. So.
Okay. Your right tower is under attack.
Down. Enemies incoming right.
Awesome. Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. All attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Serpent swiftness.
First one. Be right back.
I went for it. Maybe I was gonna catch a stray Loki. I had to try. It seemed to actually go there that way too, considering where he is now.
Your left tower is under attack. Curses. Help right lane.
Enemy missing middle.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Curses.
Pretty sure Ares is gonna look for me soon.
Enemy missing left.
Be careful in the jungle. right back. I will be right back.
No dash available. No kill.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
How much do I need actually? 19. Okay.
That's too bad.
Your middle tower is under
Enemy
attack.
missing middle.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy spotted. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Missing left. Cancel that.
Awesome.
Unfortunate.
Enemy missing left.
Storm strikes.
An ally has been slain.
Tried to block the neath ult. Just wasn't the time.
Enemies incoming.
Your right tower is under
Enemies
attack.
incoming left.
Enemy missing right. Enemy in the right. Enemy in the right.
Strikes. Slow down.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
guess fire was used to immune that. I definitely need to just sit back. Do not want to get ulted by Ares.
Enemy missing middle.
Retreat.
I have a feeling he's just sitting in the bush. I don't actually want to walk up until my beats are back.
Enemy ultimate down.
Fucking knew it, man. I just fucking listen to myself.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Do I do boar first?
Your right tower is under attack.
Or poly? Probably need to go boar. Because otherwise that's gonna keep happening. Maybe I can delay the boar. I really want poly. Because I know I actually have legit kill potential on Raw at the moment.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Serpent swim.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. Retreat. Enemy missing. Awesome.
Lycan is just running the game on this area right now. Completely. I'm just gonna buy fucking worse then. He's actually just everywhere.
Retreat.
The only issue with that is, if I go boar, I'm just gonna super struggle with actually being able to even damage him.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We need war.
Your left tower is under attack.
So I'm not really sure. It's tough.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, that's good.
Please. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Attack.
Gank the Neve, bro. He's almost 10k ahead.
KO.
Slain an enemy. Enemy missing right. Be right back.
That guy's mic is loud, so I apologize if that was super loud for you guys, because I believe it sounds very, very loud for you guys compared to me for some reason.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Please. under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Enemies incoming left.
Please, please. Enemy ultimate down. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Enemy missing middle.
Gank middle lane. Attack fire giant.
Slow down.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Rampage. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Finally subside. Killing spree. Fire giant. Attack fire giant. Fire giant. Attack fire giant. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Thank you.
That somehow worked out better than expected.
Attack.
Beware the shifting
Slow down.
side. Destroyed the fire tower. Shut down.
Serpent swiftness.
Awesome. Your right tower.
There's just a wait with boar. I don't even know, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't actually know why I'm going Deso, because it doesn't give pin anymore.
Enemy spotted.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy ultimate down. Serpent swiftness.
Doing a lot of damage, just going for me so much. Maybe instead of boar, actually what I do is I just go Bloodbound Book and try and stay defensive that way through shielding rather than losing damage on the boar. Because I feel like I just need all the damage I can get in this game.
Your team has destroyed the right enemy tower.
Storm strikes.
Gamehunter got soloed, I guess. Almost the ultimate snipe. Oh, I'm not 20. Shit. I mean, this is still a good item. Screw it. Just the build path forward is just awkward now. Well, I actually could have bought that part, I guess. Doesn't matter now. Huge combo.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Yes. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Damn. I really went all into trying to get Ares.
Killing spree. Okay. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Cold Fury.
Defend the fire giant.
No problem. On my way.
On my way.
Enemies at the fire giant.
On my Your middle tower is under attack.
Cancel that.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
On my way.
Cancel that.
Your middle tower is under attack. Hi.
Oh, he just beats me. I tried to just ult on top of me so that at least Loki couldn't just go on me.
Double kill.
away with some criminal stuff at the moment. Been so unaware. Let me remove this bot real fast. There we go.
Your team has destroyed the Pyraments. Attack Fire Giant. Fire Giant.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Attack Fire Giant. Help.
Retreat middle lane.
Yes.
No problem. Attack Fire Giant.
On my way.
Hey Dutch, hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid, man. I'm still sad about the game we lost. I played like ass in that game. I had such a hard time playing Hades that game. But it happens. Did you win at least a game before you you stopped streaming? Or did you just keep on going with a rough losing streak?
Attack the Gold Fury.
Last? Alright, nice.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An ally has been slain.
Some other time.
Ultimate is ready.
Destroy the middle enemy Phoenix. An ally has been slain.
Damn.
Follow me. Attack left lane.
Attack right. Attack right.
Attack right lane.
Serpents. Attack right lane.
Destroy the right enemy Phoenix.
Mages feel somehow worse. I feel the opposite, honestly. I feel like mages are a problem. But, I mean, we did have a Susano buff, so, I mean, there is that, which is obviously like a natural mage destroyer, so... I'm cooking this game though. So we better not fucking lose, because there still is a chance. I think if they get me, that's a lot of our damage gone.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
He's just slow immune. Yeah, he's just slow immune. Alright.
Enemy ultimate down.
Nice job.
Huge fucking ults.
An enemy has been slain.
And she didn't die for that.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
That's unfortunate. I was going for the Neath kill on that, but
I will not be killed so easily.
I at least hope that if she just went on me like that, she would die for it. Because I don't think she
That was so unlucky, bro. I used to live in front of me.
Damn, it's a big shutdown for Neath. I got greedy anyway. Don't really think it was anyone else's fault that I got there.
An enemy has been slain.
That is simply just me. Getting a bit greedy for a Neath walking too far up.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
How do you get 1000 in while building trends? Because Kukulkan's passive is he gets more intelligence based around his mana. So Transcendence is a power item on Kukulkan. He turns that all that mana he gains from it, he turns it into power.
Be right back.
More mana is always good on Kukulkan. You can see it down here below. Actually, can you? Is my camera's not in the way, is it? No, it's on the other side. Come on, my camera's even on. What am I saying? But you can see how much power I get from the passive to the left of my health bar. That's purely just power from items. Or from mana, I suppose, not necessarily items. This is pretty much the best build you can go on someone like Kukulkan. The first, like, you always go double stacking. I think the rest is back kind of up to, like, it's a bit debatable if you want to do something else after going the double stacking, but the double stacking is the one thing you should always do on Kukulkan. It is just by far the best choice. anything that can, realistically in the current meta, anything that can build the both stacking items should build it. You know, like Aladdin, Neith, you know, like that, those types of gods that are able to build both, that benefit from both. The only reason why Kukulkan as a full intelligence scaling god gets anything from it is because of his passive that gives him mana, or power out of mana, and Trance gives a lot of mana. So he just uses that to get power. On top of that, if you're also running a poly build, it will just enhance your basic attacks too, getting the strength from it. So your poly hits just, your auto just hits even harder and just adds to the poly. So. But I'm like, I don't main mid, so someone might tell you something different. I generally think anything we agree on, though, is, or most people would agree, is the double stacking is just the best choice at the moment. Once again, probably debatable on what else you want to build afterwards, but like this build isn't bad in any way. You're gonna have Rod either way. That's always a must, just eventually in the build. NA doesn't agree. Interesting. Probably, actually, I said I was gonna end after one win, didn't I? Well, fuck it. I guess I'm doing one more game. Even in Kali, they don't do it? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't agree with that. When I don't go double stacking, I can just feel that I don't do as much damage. So, but it's interesting. I mean, I would prefer them not doing it just because I like the variety and the different metas. I think that's pretty cool. I hope things are different. Granted, there are no actual tournaments or worlds or anything like that anymore, so, or at least not at the moment. So we can't really see it in action go against each other, the two different metas. Though realistically, ultimately the meta doesn't matter as much as just having good team play. So would it even matter? Maybe not. No, Nate! Why are you banning the Aladdin? My Aladdin! It's fine. I'm sure you're trying to get me Guan Yu. No worries, man. I'll always take Aladdin though. Don't worry, Nate. Thank you. I do appreciate it, but I doubt we're gonna get into this game with this guy connecting. We'll see what happens. Now I hope that this guy isn't coming back in. I don't want to do this matchup again. Dude, is this gonna be Cleano April again? Like, what am I dealing with here? Why can I only play this shit into the worst possible matchup? I also don't think Nibble Ring is a must on Kali though, in jungle or even whatever in her inbuild. I don't think it's a must. I think you can easily build it with just like a poly. Cleano's in the game. Okay, I don't know who the fuck they would in this then. I like it personally as well. Like I prefer running Nibble Ring without. It's just you can always go for a bigger like one hit. I think because if you land the jump into the 2 and like 1 or 2 autos, you have that 5 and you can just go for the big one shot on the 3. I do think Nibble Ring is generally just more consistent. Makes it easier to stack things up. Man, I finally got Guan Yu. Again, I suppose I should say again. And we're gonna have a DC. Damn. I feel like I'm committed to doing another game though. Let's see if I regret it. Why did we give Jingwei another skin, by the way? Shouldn't we give some skins to some of the gods that don't have any skins in the game yet? Does all the gods actually have skins? Does Medusa? She has one. Bari doesn't have a skin though, right? Yeah, Bari has no skin. Uller does not have a skin yet. Surprisingly, he's been here for a little while now. Vulcan also does not. I mean, he needs the chef skin. Like, it's not even a question. He absolutely needs the chef skin. Does Cupid? Oh yeah, Cupid has the weird elf one. When Apollo comes, I have to play him without a skin though. That's kind of sad. I don't like the new Apollo model as much. What's my TSM skin? Though I suppose that's not really that great to I don't know. I guess there's some weird stuff that happened with TSM. I don't really know anything about it, but maybe that skin is bad to use now. Fucking hell. Nate, are you in game already? Did I miss the queue? Still in queue? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need a game where you're on my team again. We need a redemption for what happened last time. Fucking hell. I played that game so badly. I need to make up for it. Though I played really well in my last game on the Kukulkan, but where the fuck am I going? There it is. I gotta make it up to you boys. I think if I play better, that game should have been easy. I had Hades into such an easy backline to deal with, like Agni, Rama. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Not just killing them on cooldown. Oh. Think I'm just gonna stop right there before it taps me out again. Nate, are we against each other in this one? Most likely against Klino. And your ADC, rip. Man, I wanted a cool Nate game. Now I'm stuck in this shit. Get me the Guan Yu. I actually kind of forgot about Kali again, I'm not gonna lie.
Select your god.
First game of the reset. Former's going giga negative while dropping. Yeah. Classic. It's a classic. I started streaming today and I didn't even know that was gonna be a reset. My first game was confusing. Ra is nice. Achilles is a bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of annoying for me to deal with as a Guan Yu. Just because of the stun, but... Well, I mean, it could be worse. Like Odin. That would obviously be worse. Damn, we have a terrible team comp. I'm not gonna be building tanky, man. This isn't one of those games. Ooh, Neath as well. Thor. Okay. They have an interesting comp too. This might be an Achilles support. I'm mostly afraid of who might be on that Kali. Because Ra should be easy enough, Neath should be easy enough. Let me pull up the build Kleeno went with. That seemed to work pretty well. I don't know how good it was in the 1v1s, just because I know that April in that game was also camping the shit out of that lane. Let's see. He basically built what you would imagine a lot of people build on a Kali, actually. Alright. I guess I'll try my own version of it then. I hate... Dude, I wish I could see starters on tracker, but... I can't see it on allies, I believe. No, never mind. I'm just stupid. I can. Cancel that. Guan. Guan Sav. Nice, man. Yo, let me know what he builds. I want to know what Sav's doing. Let me remember to buy an active this time as well. Do I just have beats? I guess.
Yes, very good.
Play Guan yet? The first game. I got one Guan game, but I tried a very different build. Now I'm gonna do something else.
Minions have spawned.
I went for a tanky attack speed build, but that just... It was a tough game to test it. I was against an Odin, and I was against Kleeno and April in that game. On duo queuing in solo, so it wasn't a great test, but I want to try some different builds, see how I feel. This time I'm probably going to go full damage. Or almost full damage. Missed the creep. What a classic. Thor, though. I expected the Achilles. This is much better. There's a lane I should be able to win pretty easily, honestly. He's also out of pots.
Enemy missing.
Why does the dash feel extra long in Smite 2? The dash feels really long. I was so far away from him when I dashed through him. That was kind of weird. And the 3 pushes them very far too.
I will not let you fall. An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing. Enemies have returned.
I mean, he's super tanky now after he backed and bought that tier 2.
Enemy spotted. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm back.
Enemy missing
Gank
middle.
Thor, gank.
Ally has been slain. Renewal. All retreat is sometimes necessary. I will not let you fall.
Random ass fucking raw. And
On my way.
I'm not 5. This isn't really a great fight.
Renewal.
Would have been so easy if I was 5.
Enemy missing left. An enemy has been slain.
The Manticore? Wait, where is the Manticore? Is that the big one? This pauses every game today. What are people doing? In terms of just base damage, it's pretty low. Like leveling the 3 so far definitely is very low, considering I'm building full damage. Actually, you know, maybe it's a bad test because I'm against the Thor Warrior's Axe and Legionnaire armor. Like, this is so much protection early on. Probably not super fair to the ability if I blame it for that. Almost no ability is gonna do that much damage against that this early.
Enemy missing right.
I want to dive so bad, I just know he's too tanky. On top of his passive as well. I mean, Thor also has a tanky as fuck passive with the aspect, so there's not really much to do about it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing.
No problem, I can solo.
Interesting. Just stuck on the fucking wall, but it does some good damage.
Your left tower is under attack.
They're both really low.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Forward. I'm purchase him.
Enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god.
I will not let you fall.
That was a really weird dive. I don't know why they dove me there.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. Savor these moments.
An ally has been slain.
I def right.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy missing left.
Work on
Enemy
kill
missing.
killing.
I have not been back yet. I just got it back.
I will not let you fall. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Your left tower is under attack.
I tried to ult. I don't know why it didn't go off in time. That's so fucking weird. Now I lost speeds too. Oh well. I'm just playing bad today. Not gonna lie, I couldn't actually tell if I was inside the ult as well or not. Inside my own tower. That was something a bit weird visually for me there.
Retreat. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Why are you here on her? Get the fuck away, man.
Retreat.
Enemies in right lane.
It's fucking leeching 2 waves, this absolute idiot. Making it real fucking hard for me.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
guy's doing, man?
Left enemy tower.
Go help mid or something. I don't know why he's here.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm just giga dead. Oh, the timing of it all, man. I need to just sit in my own tower, I think. I'm following these bad calls from on her. When I should just not.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Because I really just don't want to fall behind in this matchup. I'm trying to actually play this out, see how it works. But if I fall behind, this is going to be so super bad into a Thor. Who is just building super full tank. Dude, what the fuck, man? How tanky do you want to be?
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your
There goes
left
my tower.
is under attack.
And uncool, why you do it?
Enemy spotted.
I mean, on Kali at least I do a lot of damage. Not so much Thor.
I have one gun grenade.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Can bite me.
My heal is huge though.
Killing spree. Shut down. Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I do feel semi-useless on this when my ult is down.
Enemy at the gold shooter.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Enemy missing.
Yeah, I don't damage him at all. Absolute waste of time to hit him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, man. Surely we get them. No, we don't. At least one. But it's not gonna be worth it. Yeah, he's dead.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
But it feels like we have absolute zero control anywhere.
Gank. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally
Why
has
after
been
5
slain.
minutes and Khalifa full?
Thor all done.
the Gold Fury. I will not let you fall.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go farm a bit. This definitely does not feel good, because no matter what you do as Guan, if there's just a single thing that can interrupt you, you're just screwed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Definitely having a hard time placing Guan on where I think he is. Full damage feels like ass if you're against anything that is tank, which is generally what you're gonna be in solo. You can't fight them really, because Pen is terrible.
Killing spree. I will not let you fall. An ally has been
Let's get out.
slain.
I'll be down to surrender this one, I think. I'm curious on how this scales into late game, but on her constantly going to solo, not only for taking waves, but just dying to Thor is making this extra annoying.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing left. Be careful middle. An ally has been slain.
On her is definitely a weird one in this game, because he doesn't seem mechanically bad, but he just plays like, I don't know, just jumps in. Doesn't seem like they're on fire just yet. Not that we could stop them if they were.
Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
My ult does 0 damage just yet, I guess. Do a Helm of Radiance for some kind of defense, I guess. I am struggling. I think it's a Mage Soul meta again, unfortunately. Maybe. I don't really think it is.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy
I still think, for the most part, Cabrakan and Cabrakan, Thor. Okay. I think it is Jover, boys. On her, like, this is our support, by the way. I'm useless because I'm playing Guan. Full end Guan, which is definitely not great into a tanky comp. Or a Kali, for that matter. So it's just over.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your left tower has been destroyed.
How is he so little damage too? Oh, because he went Audible.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Nate, I'm having a shit time as well. We can have a shit time together. Full Mage Guan turns out to be fucking terrible. I had 0 chance into the Thor I was against. Absolutely 0 chance. The only good thing I have is my ult, and when that shit's down, I'm a walking snack. I can't do anything to him. And even if I was doing really well, I don't really see us winning this unless I hyper carried this game. Because our on-her support, by the way, is very interesting. He went Berserkers without any protection, by the way. He has haste in the Fatalis, which is already very strange. But he is he's playing the game in a different way than the rest of us. What is this? Iris, what the fuck is this? Huh? What are we doing with the builds now?
Yes, very good. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Like, I've been trying to surrender this. All things considered, like, score-wise at least, it's going fine, but I am just super useless. What I should try, though, is actually just go in Neath. To see if I can do anything about Neath. Like, how would this work in a matchup where I just don't lose? I'm not sure I'm gonna get the chance. It's a bit late now.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Beware the shifting sands.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't really feel like I'm doing any damage. Underneath, I feel like I would just end up doing more, but it's whatever. I don't think it matters. Thor is not the reason why they're winning this game.
Triple kill!
I actually need to do another one, because this was...
Defeat.
Fuck your mother.
This was an interesting experience, and I do need to kind of... I need a palate cleanser for this game. Yeah, in no way on her said that. If anyone trolled more than me this game, it was on her. You're the only one in this lobby who didn't have the right to say that. It's fine. Now I can just hope that I'm against him. And maybe try hard a bit. Yeah. Guan Yu, my friend, you're staying in the casual games for me. Because that was straight up one of the most unenjoyable games I have played in Smite. Maybe he's okay if you build him tank, but I feel like... I legitimately feel like he's just better in jungle, maybe? I don't know. I do not know where to place him after that game. I'm curious. I might, after my stream goes, if Nika is still streaming, I want to go ask. Because I cannot place him. Maybe he has gotten him more than me. But that felt really bad. Watched Guan at PCS, he had a hard time strength, attack speed, and jungle. His conclusion was maybe a good support in the common aspect. Watching Guan 3 is so bad. Yeah, it feels terrible. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he feels like Guan. I think how he feels to play is good. It's just, it feels like you do literally 0 damage. Like, I built full damage, and I still didn't do any damage. But whatever. No more Guan for me. I will try hard this game because I need the win. Like, aspects of him are really, really powerful. I think if you can get to a point where you have a bunch of attack speed, I do think the int build is good if you can get it online, but that shit is not going to work in solo against anyone with a brain. You need to be like, I don't know, your jungle needs to camp your opponent or something, then maybe you can make it work, because like he still feels like a good, like, quote-unquote support god. But yeah. It might just be Mordred time. I thought about Chalk, but I don't want to give that ammo to Morrigan.
Select your god.
Bracken is still open too. I could just do that. Maybe I just do that. Yeah, I'll just play Bracken. Yeah, the heal is pretty huge. That's actually true. If you build some kind of, I don't know, can you even build some int into your kit as support? Maybe just Helm of Radiance or something, because I feel like a 20% scaling on the heal is pretty big. You can definitely get the heal to heal quite a nice amount, but even just its base, like having a heal and a support is, like, outside of Aphrodite, I suppose, isn't really a thing at the moment. Ra is terrible in support, so you usually don't really see that. Yeah, I can see it. Support does make sense. Even so, why run Guan when you could just go for almost anything else that probably just is just better, you know? Guan is weird. He's always been weird. It just feels like his kit hasn't fit Smite for the longest time. Yes, he's in the game. But so is Lycan, which sucks, because he might carry. But I'm Caprakan, so at least I can't get pulled. Or crippled, I should say. I can definitely get pulled. Which means I might need Beats item this game. Or just Hexstone. Probably just Hexstone.
Hi. Hi.
Is that a Morgan? It's not support, okay. It is mid. Maybe I do need both Hexstone as well as Beats item. Because there is the slight chance that she turns into a Fenrir. On top of that, they do have Thor and Ares, so having the Beats item definitely wouldn't hurt. The only thing that sucks about it is that I would need another active slot. And that would suck. What would I even need?
Woohoo!
Yeah, because Nemean is definitely something I would want this game into on her. Suppose I'll figure it out.
Minions have spawned.
Well, I'm gonna try hard a bit this game. I'm gonna need this win. Especially into that guy. Still missed the first creep.
That's too bad.
We can invade if you want. Both.
Close. Wasn't expecting the shell. Damn. If I got first blood, I would have been so fucking tilted. I don't need that right now. He's out of pots though. I should have the advantage now.
Enemy missing middle.
If I fucking missed my 2. Straight up, I missed a kill there.
I'll gank. Attack.
I've made a lot of misplays today, and same with yesterday. Now that the reset happened, I might just need to grind out more.
Be careful, right.
Nice job.
Good job. Enemies in the middle lane. That's too bad.
On my way. Be careful, middle.
Okay. Enemies in the middle lane. Be right back.
I need the jungle buff.
Yes, no problem.
Out of mana.
Enemy missing middle.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
You can take it if you want.
That's fine, just take it.
Alright.
Probably just stop fighting actually. I got it back. Buy my items before I do. He does have the advantage of having some actual
Enemy missing middle.
itemization here. He's got a lot more health than I do. But I don't want to back until I can just finish the item, so here we are.
Enemy missing.
Can do that now though, so it should be good. Oh god, but I guess Mystical Mail now also has some kind of proximity thing.
An ally has been slain.
Which is very strange.
Slain an enemy.
You will never be free of us.
Have fun. Have fun.
Yeah, it's range based, right? Closer is higher damage, yeah. But they didn't change the damage on it though, right? So in a sense, it is just a nerf. Because now you just do less damage at range.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think it's an interesting change, but it's also kind of weird. It is ultimately a nerf.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been completed.
Unfortunate. No abilities in time.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Ultimate is ready.
Hi.
Enemy spotted.
Okay. An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
You rule.
I'll attack right now. Ultimate is ready. Be careful. Oopsie.
On my way.
I'm desperate. I want to get that kill. I'm gonna get ganked.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Sorry. Sorry. Cancel. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, habits.
Completed.
That's too bad.
No, I'm so bad. I missed it, man. Oh my fucking god. There is no way I missed my 2 on a stationary fucking target. I don't know how I did that. That's actually kind of impressive, if you ask me. I mean, it's still good. I still get the blue and all that. It's just straight up a missed kill.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back. No problem. No cancel that.
Enemies in the left lane. Enemies incoming. Help!
There's no way out.
You have slain an enemy.
Cancel that. Enemy missing.
Alright.
Retreat right lane.
I don't know what to buy. Oh, something I wanted to buy. Now I just completely forgot what it was. I guess I'll just get an early beats item. Boar, damn it. There we go.
Be careful.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh my god. You see how I'm just tanking him and the all the minions at the same time? Because it's so skillful. Playing Bracken. It's great.
An enemy has been slain.
Be careful, middle. Enemy spotted. Completed.
Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
You rule.
Ultimate is down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
You have slain an enemy.
Nice job. Good job.
Looks like mid is kind of getting dumpstered though. They're getting pushed back quite a bit.
Have fun.
I don't hate people, guys, but if someone is gonna say something mean to me, I hope they get shit on. All right. The Morgan in mid on the enemy team said some very mean things last game to me. Meaning, I hope you lose. Very much. I already ganked him once. And I will definitely try and see if I can get him a few more times in this game.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Shouldn't ignore these. It's a lot of gold actually. Well, if he went for blue, that's fine. I'll take the tower.
Be right back. Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Unfortunate. This fucking shell. Actually, do I even need Beats item? I don't know if I do. I would actually rather just have Nemean. If I ever get pulled by a Fenrir as Morrigan, or Morrigan Fenrir, or even an Ares, hopefully I can just survive the damage. I do actually feel like it's a bit overkill for me to go Beats item as well as Hexstone.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Completed. Enemy spotted.
Double kill. Killing spree.
I'm gonna laugh at these ones at him. Oops.
Your team destroyed the fire tower.
I don't hold grudges though. If he's gonna be annoying one game, I'll be annoying one game. It's an equal exchange. I will never troll, but I will do it once for good measure. Yeah, exactly. Like if I meet him in another game, I'm not gonna do that shit again. I don't really like laughing at people and all that shit. Like I don't want to hold grudges. I hate all that stuff, but I have limits. If you're gonna be an absolute idiot and say dumb stuff to me, I will remember it for at least one game. Then I will ignore it for the rest of my life after that. Unless you do it again, then I might actually just... There is a list, alright? You don't want to be on that list. Oh, fuck, I can't even do that. Shit. I kind of shot myself in the foot. Yeah, I can't buy anything fun.
Attack right my way. No problem. Yes. On my way. No problem. Attack left leg. Spotted.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready.
There we go.
Victory.
Now, I will stop. I think I've done enough smiting for today. I want to do something else. And these queues are a little frustrating at times, so I will just not play for now. Dude, these buttons is fucking weird, man. Why is this one so big? One more game, guys. One more game. No. No, Hyris. I will not. Did I even make any progress? I've made 31 SR progress today. Yes! Yes! It's been wins and losses all day. It's been very, very 50-50. Which is not bad. But it's also not good. The first 3 games were tough. I guess the second 2, I should say. These 2, because it was just April and Clino duo queue, and they were literally just running the games. We did almost win this one though. We threw this one. This was really silly, but I mean this one there was 0 chance. Somehow this Guan build went better. The weird Guan build I did in this game went actually better, which is a weird hybrid attack speed tank Guan. I was into Odin too. Like it was a weird matchup, or it was pretty much the worst possible matchup on one of the best players in the EU. So maybe this build is the cook. Maybe that one's good. But anyway, guys, enough rambling. I'm gonna go do something else and make some food and all that fun stuff. Thank you guys for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.